Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, whatever. It's morning for me. So today we are going to finish this water cooling build that we started last week. Hopefully, because once I start doing some of the things I got to do today, I can't run the computer until I get water in it. So today we are going to do quite a bit. We need to add the temperature sensor. I got some USB hub cables to add. I need to pull the GPU. I need to take the CPU block that's currently on there for the all-in-one off and replace it with the custom loop block. I need to get the top radiator in there, get some radiator RGB cables run, some fan headers figured out. Need to get the bottom radiator back in, tighten a few things, get the GPU block on the air-cooled card, and get the fittings in there and the tubing run and pressure tested. So quite a bit of things to do today. I had to write a list to make sure I didn't forget anything. And hopefully everything is actually on the list. But we will see. It's quite a bit of stuff. One of the first things I'm going to do is pull the bottom rad and attach the temperature sensor and then see if I can pressure test it, because I'm not entirely sure that the temperature sensor is going to fill the port correctly. So I've got a pressure tester that I'm gonna try on it. Oh, hold on a second. Sorry, my wife came in and said something. I'm not sure that the temperature sensor on the bottom port is actually going to seal it. So I have a pressure sensor that I'm gonna see if I can get to test just the pressure on the bottom radiator, just to see if it holds. So I'd really rather that not leak, and we'll see where it goes from there. So that you remember where we were. Did a few things in advance. Just kind of prepping. So I brought the case in here and pulled the glass side panels off. Actually removed the hard drive cage from the back because I need to be able to get behind the motherboard, and I don't want to take the motherboard off. So there's a nice big cutout on the back that I can use to remove the retention bracket for the CPU cooler, because I need to put a new one on for the custom block. It doesn't use the standard block attachment points. So I'm gonna grab the rad and I'm gonna bring it over here to the desk. I'll let you know when I'm spinning the camera so it doesn't make anybody motion sick. There will be a lot of back and forths. Then I'll set up the temperature sensor and hopefully see if I can pressure test this thing. But we'll see. So I'm gonna come over here and pull the rad out. So the thumb screw that holds it in place and slides forward. See, I need to make sure that temperature sensor fits, because there's not a whole lot of space back there if I end up having a problem with it. And once all the tubes are attached, it's going to be a pain in the butt to do anything with. Cables are stuck. There we go. All right, turning the camera. So hopefully I can use this port on the end for the temperature sensor. I test fit it on one of the other rads this morning, and it wasn't clear that it was actually tight enough to seal, because EK makes this radiator look really nice. Very nice looking radiator. Sure, it performs well, but they don't leave a lot of room for the fittings in here. I think they want you to use their fittings. So there's not a whole lot of depth there. And of course the temperature sensor has a protrusion with the sensor. So I'm not sure if it's tight enough. And I really need this on the bottom radiator because the cable's not really long enough. It needs to run to about right here on the bottom of the motherboard. So there's not really enough room for it to come from the top or from a different place. I'm also not sure where else I'd put it. So we'll see if that's tight enough. I'm going to remove the fittings that we have on here, which I may have to do with a okay, that one came off. Not a whole lot of room for fingers here. There we go. So I'm going to plug one of the ports. Got the sensor in the back port. And let's try so it's a nice little pump set up here. So ultimately I'll use this to test the integrity of the whole loop. But I figured I could try see if it would let me test the pressure of just this radiator. So I'm going to pump this up to about 0.4 bar and then see if it holds. It's not even letting me. Doesn't seem to be working quite right. I I think I left the instructions in my office. So I will be right back. All right, let's see what I'm doing wrong. Aha. I attached the pump where the hose is supposed to go and the hose where the pump is supposed to go. Which would be a problem. Well, it is either not pressure tested or not holding pressure at all. I'm just going to try it with 2 fittings to see if it even holds pressure for a second, or if I'm still using this wrong. I think the temperature sensor is not going to be airtight there. Shoot. I don't really know where else I can put it. Yeah, this is not holding pressure. Might have to order an inline one and then just at some point drain the loop and add an inline water temperature probe. Not really sure where else I can put this. It looks like the reservoir itself holds pressure just fine. So once I have that temperature sensor in there, it doesn't anymore. I don't know if this is going to work, but I'm going to try something. So we have these end caps that are only supposed to be used with a fitting, or with the collar. I'm wondering if I can't, since this fitting actually recesses, this might work. Let's try this. It goes in further. It's not immediately dropping pressure. That might actually work. I'll let that sit for a minute. If that works, that would be great. I still have the problem that I don't know what to do with my drain valve because it doesn't fit on either end. But I may at least have my temperature sensor, which is really more important to me because I intend to run the fan speed based on the fluid temperature. As long as the fluid is cooler than the components are being cooled. And I want to keep that fluid temperature low. So I'll let this sit here for a minute. We're just at about 0.44 bar here. I'm gonna let that sit and not mess with it. So what I'm gonna do while it's sitting is I ordered some a USB hub and an extension cable because I realized once I get this bottom radiator back in there, I'm never gonna be able to get my hands behind it again. Because this is just, there's not enough space. So, because those are the only two USB hubs on my, the USB headers on my motherboard, I don't want to run the risk of not being able to use them. So there are some other things down there that I'll never have to adjust. So like the front panel audio is down there. There's a channel fan header down there that I may, right now I do have used. I may end up moving that to a different header for the CPU. Not sure. Yeah, so the two pump headers on this motherboard run at full speed all the time, and I don't want that. So that's something that I'm going to have to make sure that I don't use. I'll use probably use either I have a CPU fan and an optional header, both, but they run at the same. They control at the same speed, so I may do just the two fan headers at the top rather than the one on the bottom, and that means that one of the fan headers I'll never reach again because it's hard to get to. Hey, Carosa, how are you? And there's an RGB header down there that I'll go ahead and plug into. Because again, I won't be able to reach it. Other than that, though, there's a couple things down there that I'll probably not need again. So I'm not overly concerned about it. It's mostly the USB ports that I'm concerned about. Temperature sensor header is down there. Checking at the manual here for a second. I know how basic of me needing a manual. So there's a thermal sensor down on the bottom of the motherboard as well that might be reachable, but I'm probably just going to use the water temperature sensor. I don't know that it makes a difference. One just says thermal sensor, the other says temperature and flow rate. I don't have a flow sensor. I'm not messing with a flow sensor on this setup here. But yeah, I think that this. So the instructions say to let it sit for 5 to 15 minutes. I think it's been long enough, and the pressure hasn't moved. So I'm thinking that this is actually going to work, which is fantastic, because if not, I was not sure what I was going to do. So we have a spot for our temperature sensor. I'm actually going to put it, I think, in the other port, rather than the one I plugged it into for this test. They're the same type of port, but one is just going to be towards the back of the case, so it'll be a little less visible once I have everything tightened down. So you don't want to have things visible that I don't have to. Get this stopper out. Just had an extra plastic stopper lying around, so I'm glad I had that so I could test this. Doesn't sound like lo-fi to me. It's quite heavy. Alright, remove the temperature sensor. Reinsert the original stopper. No, it's peppy music, I guess. So let me stay energized. Alright, so I pulled the other stopper out, putting the temperature sensor into the port that's going to be closer to the motherboard, just because it'll make it easier to hide cabling. Get that nice and as tight as I can with my fingers, because there's really nothing else I can do there. And then put the fittings back on. These don't need to be super tight. You can actually, there's a way to tighten these with an Allen wrench, but it's really not necessary. Yeah, a bit jazzy for lo-fi. So there we go. I may end up raising this port up a little bit. Kind of depends on how the cabling works with the graphics card. But for now, we'll just leave it as it is. And put it out of the way for the moment because I'm gonna do some work on the underside of the case, on the bottom of the case here, and so I don't really want to have that in the way. So, like I said, got a couple extensions that I want to use. It's highly unlikely that I'll ever need this many USB headers internal. This motherboard that I have already has a ton of USB ports on the back. But I'd rather have the ports available to me, the headers available to me, and end up not needing them, than wish I had them and be out of luck. So one of them is just a internal USB header extension cable. The other thing I want to use is actually a USB header hub that I'll have situated on the back. I'll probably have the two Lian Li fan controllers plugged into it, and then if I do the sensor panel, like I'm thinking I will, I'll plug it into its standalone header so that it's not competing for bandwidth or anything with the fan controllers. But right now, all I need is the cable or the USB. It's really hard to find internal USB-C or USB header extensions, which kind of surprised me. At least on Amazon. I'm sure I could have found them on a more computer-oriented site. Actually, did I get these from Amazon? I can't remember. I did have to. Yeah, I did get these from Amazon. I got the extension kits from Lian Li from Newegg. Those will let me attach the RGB from the graphics card block, the CPU block, pump, and the front of the case to one of these controllers. Hopefully that'll work like I think it will. This cable from NZXT is really nice. It's sleeved. And keep it from binding up. This one's not bad, but it's not nearly as nice. But that's okay. Of course, this one from NZXT is female to female because it's going from the male header to a male header on the USB hub, whereas this one is male to female because the female end plugs into the motherboard, and then you've got the normal header. So I'm gonna spin the camera. So those USB-C, or keep saying that, USB headers are down here on the bottom. One of these is currently attached to the CPU block that I'm going to be removing today. The other is currently just plugged into one of the Lian Li fan controllers, because I needed one running so that I could run the fans. While I was still running this air-cooled on the card, at least. So I know you can't really see what my hands are doing, but I'm unplugging the USB-C components One of them again is the controller for the Lian Li fans. The other is for the pump that's currently on there that will be coming off and going into storage in case of emergencies. So it'll be usable on my computer or on my wife's computer. Trying to do this in a cable smart way because at some point I also need to do a lot of cable management. So I don't want a bunch of spaghetti back here. Let's see what is that. This is one of the RGB headers, I think. I think that's what that is. Oh no, that's the front power. The front power. This is the RGB. We'll keep that attached because we'll never reach it again without moving the radiator. And once the tubes are in there, that's going to be nigh impossible. All right, empty pin on the bottom right. And on the bottom right. Same for the extension cable that I'm going to use. Ends on the bottom right. All right. So now we can easily get to our USB-C when we need to in the future. I am thinking I might relocate this fan header, but just to give me some more space. I'm gonna go ahead and just pull it right now. I need the ability to move it a little bit. It's a little tight back here as far as the spacing. Okay. Break in case of heat wave sign. Yeah. If it was just the pump header, that Corsair logo space in the middle, excuse me, I could probably do something like that. But I also have to find a place for the triple radiator, so might be hard to find space for that. So I'm gonna actually pull the graphics card now, just to get it out of the way. Give us some more room. One of the things I want to do is add a support bracket, because this is already sagging a little bit, you see, and the water block is going to be heavy, the air block. So the case came with a GPU retention bracket, add as a little bit of uplift there, support. So I think I'm probably going to add that to give me some extra control of the weight on this thing. So this is a 2 PCIe bracket card, although it's thicker than that. Actually, like 2.5, almost a triple card. Might have lied, I think this might be a triple. I almost looked at it. I don't think that was just in the lie. There we go. That is a bit of a honker. Triple fan EVGA card. Right now, you're just going to set it out of the way. Now it looks like we've got a lot of room for activities in here, doesn't it? I'll probably have to pull that back off, just so that we don't lose them for now. I'm going to let these thumb screws back in. So that we don't lose them. Yeah, so thanks for sending me the picture of a GPU support bracket. Yeah, I've seen a number of them like that. They have some really neat 3D printed supports. I've even seen some that, perhaps surprising no one, have RGB. So, that's a little much for me though. So Lian Li provides a nice set of accessories with their 11 Dynamic Evo. It actually has enough support brackets for 2 GPUs if one needed them. Like I said, I'm only using 1. And it comes with, spin the camera around here so you can see what I'm doing. So it has a bracket that attaches vertically into the 2 motherboard standoffs. I need to actually make sure I have 2 motherboard standoffs I can do this to. It has extensions for that purpose. And then it has this little L bracket and a supporting pad that you just sit under the graphics card to support its weight, and it attaches nice and securely to that. Trying to see what hardware I actually need here for this. I have these standoffs that I'll need. Sure. And it looks like some of the screws in here are what I need. Screw is C. There's more of the motherboard screws. Because why wouldn't they do what? Sorry, I missed the... Why wouldn't they include accessories? Oh, why wouldn't they include RGB? Yeah, everything does. So yeah, you can get a lot of brackets that have RGB on them. They're kind of awesome and disturbing at the same time, somehow. Seem to be missing a washer. Pretty sure I know where I put it. I think I put it in the wrong bag when I was putting everything back up. So I'll have to grab one of those washers. Good thing is I know where it is. I just got to go get it out of the closet. So I already have 2 of the motherboard screws there. I only really need 2 more, preferably without dropping them. I'll need to go grab the washer. I'm gonna fix it. Calm mine pants. Oh, you know what? I only need 1 of these because I'm only gonna need 1 of the supports, so that's okay. So let's fix Corosive's anxiety. Actually, I also provided a couple different rubber supports for your power supply, which I thought was nice. Depending on where you were placing it, you could put it in a couple different places in the case. See, most of the screws aren't loose; they're in there. So hopefully that helps your anxiety. So now let's see if I actually have the motherboard standoff I need in the case. So I'm going to rotate the camera again. The lighting is not very good. All right. Motherboard standoff there. That's not going to work. I don't have the other one above it. Could do these 2. Because it just depends on if these standoffs are tall enough. So let's take one of these off and see. It did provide this neat little cap that goes on top of the standoff extension to help you screw it in. I think I have the right angles for the challenge. You guys hear the fan clicking? So I'll turn the fan off. It's actually going to be tall enough. That means I can't use a couple of these headers, I think. I think that's going to be okay. Those headers are water pump that I'm not going to use water flow that I'm not going to use. I think that's going to work. But it's somewhat dependent upon everybody said they can hear the fan, so I'm going to leave it on for now. Ideally, this bracket would actually be in a little bit, so it wouldn't be in the way of any of these headers. Let's go ahead and attach the header and then see if we can actually attach the support bracket. If not, I'm not overly concerned by it. The GPU bracket does add a little bit of rigidity to the card. But it just would be a little nicer to have this board a little bit better. And yeah, I can actually run a temperature probe under this bracket and into its pinout, which is nice. I'm just going to see if I can attach this bracket or not. Kind of guess about where it needs to be. Let's see. Everybody doing well this morning? Early start for this today. I started early so that I can make sure I have time to get done. Got some stuff I want to do this evening and make sure I have enough time to finish this. I'm not going to be able to tighten that all the way in, I don't think. The headers for the static cakes behind it, maybe a little. And I was just at the wrong angle because it doesn't look like I need that much depth here for this to work. Obviously, don't want to tighten this and puncture one of my motherboard headers here. But maybe out of luck there. We'll leave it in for now. Turns out that I can use one of the higher fonts. It's like the lowest spot I can get it to. Screw it all the way in. There's nothing behind that. I may just be having resistance on the right screw. Oh yeah, I got that one. Get a different angle here. See if I can see behind it. Keep tightening this because there's nothing behind it that it's going to impact. Just can't seem to get that tight enough. It's as tight as I can crank it, it's still loose. Odd. Almost feels like if I had a bolt, another washer here, that would help. I wonder if the bracket's on backwards or something. See if that matters. Things like this, that the reason I wanted to start early. Nothing ever quite goes as planned. The last time, if you were here, you saw how long it took me to get the pump bracket. So see a difference on the sides here. That is the screw it's telling me to use. We'll have a different option here. Right, I'm just going to put the bracket back on. I may try it with two of the washers. I'll go get the other washer later. For now, we'll just leave the bracket on. Should be removable even with the graphics card. So what I'll do is I'll put the graphics card in. See if I can position it the way I need to. Not, then I may leave it in there. It's not hurting anything. Or I may take it out. For now, we'll leave it as it is. I'm going to put these over here for now to get out of the way. Alright, so the next thing I'm going to do is remove the CPU cooler and the top radiator. This is kind of the point of no return because once I've done this, I have to finish it. Good news is I've got quite a long time, so hopefully that's enough. So I'm going to remove the CPU block first and let it hang down. And then I'll remove the radiator bracket. I can remove the radiator from the radiator bracket, clean the old paste off of the CPU, get the new paste on there, and the new block, and everything. That's what we're going to do now. This is something I've kind of been putting off because, again, once I do this, it's kind of the point of no return. So, got a lot of things plugged into it. This is just a USB controller that plugged in down here is no longer plugged in. These are for the fans, I believe. So there were 3 fans on the 360 radiator. Oh, yeah, there's the SATA cable for the power. So one of the nice things about the new setup is I'll actually have less to route from the CPU block, which will make it a little cleaner on the inside. See, all that was coming off the CPU block. Made it a little difficult to route clean. I also have the fan headers stuck on something. One more. And pull it. There's the USB controller for the system. This is a nice Corsair all-in-one. There's nothing wrong with it. If you were just doing an air-cooled graphics card and a all-in-one for the processor, it's a good one. I didn't get one with RGB fans or anything like that because I knew I was going to be replacing it. So I just got standard fans. They get very fast and very loud. This is only probably a 30 millimeter rad. That maybe even 25 millimeter. I can't remember. So it was barely sufficient for the 5900 that I have in here. AMD has weird mounting. I don't really like it. So here's probably another issue. The installed thermal paste might not have actually been enough for keeping my CPU clean. Speaking of which, I need to get some alcohol wipes. So one of the neat things about the upcoming socket for AMD is they're going to a land grid array like Intel has had for years, rather than all the pins being on the CPU block. So the mounting mechanism will be a lot more user-friendly on the upcoming, I think it's 7000 series. If anyone uses this Corsair, I think it's the 510 something or other. I can't remember off the top of my head, sorry. I think I would recommend removing the pre-installed thermal paste and applying your own, something probably with a little higher quality, because the way the thermal paste is installed, or is pre-pasted, yes, on the inside of the cooler when you buy it. It's got to work for Intel and AMD. So it may not be the most efficient spread. Looks like it was a little thicker in some places than it needed to be, and not thick enough in others. That's okay. So, like I said, eventually, I'm going to just clean this block off. Obviously, if I use it again, I'll need to add the thermal paste. But when I put it back in its box for its storage, I don't want to worry about the thermal paste being gross. It's nice and clean. Now we can remove the top bracket. Like all the other brackets in here, it just slides into place, although it has 2 screws rather than just a single thumb screw. But the other 2 have, obviously, because it's in a bit more precarious position, and it just slides back and out. And then we have the unit all loose here. Little dust, not too bad for how long it's been installed. Not terribly long, but been in there a little while. So I just need to remove the old camera. And remove the current block, or the current radiator. Wash her down. I may actually steal these washers to be used on the EK radiator. I haven't decided. Like I mentioned last week, these brackets are really nice. You can install everything outside the case and then attach it. They support up to 3 120mm fans, which is what I'm using, or 2 140mm fans. Like we talked about last week, a dual 140 or 280 radiator has almost as much surface area as a 360, which is a triple 120. So again, what I'm using. But I chose to go with the 360s to fill the space. There's the bracket. We'll attach it to the other reservoir, or the other radiator here in a second. I'll take the fans off and stuff later. I'm not going to do that right now. I did want to show you the difference between the radiator I have been using and the radiator I'm going to use. You can see it's about twice as thick, if not a little bit more. So it should provide better than what I had in there. So I'm just gonna take this guy and put him off to the side. We'll clean him up later. I'll take the fans off and put it back in the box it came in. Because of course I kept all the boxes. So we need to attach the radiator. Well, we want your radiator versus the radiator your PC tells you not to worry about. Yeah. So we want the fittings in the back of the case. And unfortunately, just to the way the fans blow, these are going to be exhaust fans. And because the way that the fans blow this direction, which will be blowing out of the case, they're the only fans that you get to see the nice side of the case. I really wish that they'd build fans that had like a reversible hub or something, so that you could use whichever fan positioning you wanted. But they did not ask me. Surprising though that is, I know. I was not consulted. We'll move those screws to assuage Karosa's pain here in a little bit. One of the nice things about these fans, if you weren't on the original stream, is that there's 3 of them, but they actually connect together, and they only have 1 fan control and 1 RGB header for all 3 of them. That's one of the reasons I went with the Lian Li fans. Simplicity of cable management. It was also because all those tight down right. Also because the fans that I was choosing between, they were the first ones that came available. Hope that felt funny. Didn't quite have all these screws tightened though. They don't need to be like super super tight, but I don't want to have a loose screw slowly work its way free. Unlikely on any reasonable time frame. But one of them was very loose, so I must not have tightened it down enough previously. So, fittings at the back. This is the back of the bracket, so we'll put it on like this. Is that right? Yes, that's right. And we'll go ahead and position it kind of farther forward for the moment. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get the screws in. I'm going to take the bracket over to the case and just kind of dry fit it. Make sure that the fittings all line up like I need them to. And then we'll go from there. Because one of the problems here is once I have the bracket in the case, for this particular radiator, I won't actually be able to tighten the screws. So maybe a little bit of an oversight on Ian Lee's part. And they have this nice bracket for you to use, but you can't actually tighten the screws once the bracket is in the case. So if you need to move it, it does allow a back and forth motion. You can't, because you can't actually get to the screws. So I just want to make sure that the radiator fits before I tighten all these screws down. Because they are painted screws, they take a little bit of work to tighten down. So what we're going to be going from is the 30 mil, maybe even 25 mil Corsair all-in-one that was cooling my processor, and an air-cooled card, to EK water blocks on the processor and the graphics card, and 3 45 mil radiators. So this should give us quite a lot better cooling. So I was gaming last night, and I was seeing it was in the high 60s under load for the processor, and high 70s for the graphics card, and that was even with the graphics card only using, I had throttled it down to about 85% power. So the card gets hot, the processor gets hot. I'm not expecting a huge reduction. What's that? Those are freedom units. Oh, yeah, not those aren't freedom units. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to do the math. I'm not very good at that quick conversion. It's hot. Yeah, that's all in Celsius. Somebody wants to do the math for me real quick. What's about 70 and 80 degrees Celsius changed to Fahrenheit? So I don't expect the processor to be much cooler, but the graphics card, I am expecting it to run quite a bit cooler under the water cooling. 158 to 176 freedom units. So that's not hot, but that's not outside the realm of reasonable temperatures for these cards. You know what? I'm just going to crank these down. If I have to loosen them up, I can do that. The processor is fine into the 80s and 90s. The graphics card's fine into the 90s. I just don't want it that hot for a couple reasons. Longevity of the electronics, for one. 2, with it getting that hot, the graphics card was actually throttling, which is why I had it set to 85% power. Hey Cosmic, so I don't have the specs just listed here, but I can list them out for you while I'm tightening these down. So I am working inside a Lian Li 011 Dynamic Evo case. I have the Asus X570 Dark Hero motherboard with a 5900X AMD chip in it. Right now I have 32 gigs of G-Skill 3600 RAM in it. A 2 terabyte Gen 4 SSD, a EVGA RTX 3080 Ti, what is that? 3080 Ti for the Win 3 Ultra Gaming. Long name. For my graphics card, yeah, so those are the computer. Oh, and a honkin' power supply for all that. Actually, they actually had they didn't have the 1000 watt I wanted, so I actually have a 1300 watt power supply, which is overkill. But given what I've read about actually the 4000 series NVIDIA cards, drawing some crazy wattage, it is what it is, and it was actually on sale, so it turned out to be as expensive as the 1000 watt I wanted to put in here. Cooling all of that, I will have the EK water block, although mine is a solid top, not transparent. You'll see that in a minute. Also the very large block for the for the graphics card, also EK. 3 45mm thick 360mm radiators, a 200mm reservoir on a D5 pump, and then I'm using rubber tubing to run through it. This is actually day 2 of this Cosmic. First day I put in 2 of the radiators and the water block, or the reservoir. When I spin it back around, I'll show you what I had to do. I didn't actually pay attention as well as I should have to the length of the graphics card block. It's actually 2 inches longer than the air-cooled block, which is already huge. And it impacted where I wanted to put the reservoir and the pump. So I had to do some creative shifting that I'll show you here in a second. Actually, I'll show you right now. I've got the block, or I've got the radiator attached. Lian Li AL 120 fans, also, I guess. Got 9 of those. So what I was talking about with the reservoir, I don't know how well you can see it in this image. It's kind of dark. I'm sorry about that. I actually have these 2 brackets here. This should have been sitting right in front of the fan, but if it did so, the block with the graphics card hit it. So I had to shift it, and I did that last time. It actually took a long time to get that working exactly right. So that's why we were a little bit delayed and didn't manage to do it all in one day. I stopped in position so that I could still game on it, because everything was still on air or the all-in-one that I just removed a minute ago. So this slide in. That way, get it lined up like so. And I'll send that like that. So I think I'm happy with the position. I don't want it any further towards the rear, I don't think. Looks like I am probably going to need to do a 45 degree adapter on the top here of the reservoir. Like I thought I might. Hopefully that will work. let's go ahead and test that. Actually, let's tighten these screws down so I don't lose them first. If necessary, I can push this back. You know what? I think I'm just gonna push it back to give me a little bit more room. Now that I've said that, because I don't know if you can see it, but the fixture on the top of the reservoir, I've only got about a centimeter and a half between it and the top fan. So even getting a 45-degree block in there is going to be difficult. So we will handle that by shifting this back a little bit. Turning the camera. I appreciate it. Yeah, so this is my third or fourth water cooling build. I started building a long time ago. My last build kept me for a long time. I was actually on a 4000 series Intel chip and started with a older card and eventually upgraded it to a 1080 Ti. I was starting to have some issues with the build, so I decided in the middle of all the shortages to just order one. I ordered one from NZXT Build. Really nice place to do that if you just want to order a computer. Let's see how far back this will actually fit. And I used that for a while. And the intention always was to build a new computer once parts became available, the parts I wanted. And that my wife would inherit the NZXT build. Well, her computer started having problems. So we ended up accelerating that a little bit. And so to show you what I'm doing. Now she has my previous new computer, which she needed. And I built my new computer, which is this. Started out as air-cooled because, well, at least for the graphics card, and the all-in-one for the processor, because these radiators that I wanted had not yet been released. I originally wanted these radiators because I had planned on doing a distribution block at the front of the case. I know, really original, everybody does that with the only case. Nothing really original about this build. I'm okay with that. But I saw some people have some problems with some of the older ones, granted, where they would have cracking of the plexiglass, or the acrylic, I guess, really, around the, no, I can't get it out. Cracking of the plexiglass around the, or acrylic, sorry, around the fittings. And so part of that's user error, but one guy actually had a problem with it come from the factory current. I just didn't want to mess with that. So I chose not to, and made these adjustments to my build. The challenges have been, in some cases, surprising. So these radiators are a little longer than I thought they were going to be. The vertical radiator barely fits. Like, there's no extra space. I had to do some interesting maneuvering to get it in position. Which reminds me, I still need to tighten those screws down, but I may need to move it one more time, so I haven't done that yet. Alright. I couldn't make it go all the way back. I couldn't actually get to the brackets if I did. Alright. I think I came far enough back, so I'm going to go ahead and tighten this screw down so I don't have a very sad experience. Just tighten there. That's not going anywhere. And I should have enough clearance here for the tubes. If necessary, I can shift that back maybe a little bit further. That's where that's going to sit for now. All right. So I'm going to hold off on putting the bottom radiator back in for now, just to give me some hand space. And I think what I'm going to do now is actually apply turning the camera, the CPU block. So again, that's just this quantum velocity 2. They have a quantum velocity, not 2, 1 I guess. They made some improvements in the mounting mechanism. One of the things I like about it is that the mounting bracket attaches from the back. So instead of having the mounting screws on the front, like you usually do with these blocks, it actually tightens from the back, which I think is really cool. No pun intended, given that this is a water block. So it does still have the protective film on it that will come off later. But they just tighten down from the back rather than the front, which I think is cool. Gives a very nice, clean look to it, in my opinion. And that was what I was going for. Need to go grab some tweezers. I'm going to step away for just a second. Maybe check on me in an hour. All right. I just saw a little bit of a burr on the inside of this. I was going to try to grab it real quick. I can't see it. Got it. So it's a pretty simple install. I need to remove the original bracket mount. Have the instructions. They don't actually provide instructions in the box. They have a link, or you can look directly on their website. But basically, you remove the original mounting bracket, Apply thermal paste, which I realize I also have I need a credit card or something in here to put the paste on. And then attach the block. So it's pretty straightforward. I'm gonna go get a card that I can use to smooth the paste out. So I should have done that a second ago. Okay, so I'm just going to use a parking pass that I've never actually used to smooth out the paste. So you want to give it a nice and thin coat. We'll see how well I do that here in a second. But first I got to get the old block off. So I'm going to turn the camera around, take the old block off, probably put the case on its back so I can get the thermal paste on there nicely, and then attach the CPU block. So, screwdriver is necessary. Turning the camera. So it's got, these are the original mounting blocks, or mounting mechanism that need to come off. They're just Phillips head screws. And I'll keep these in the box that the PK mount came in. So there is a plate on the back that I'm now trying to hold in place. It just comes out the back. So, and I'm just going to reattach the mounting bracket to it so that I have it all in one place if I ever need to reinstall the all-in-one for any reason, or down the road if I sell this motherboard, then someone obviously is going to need the original mounting mechanism. So having it all together like this, and in a box that makes sense to keep it in, the box is the thing that replaced it, less likely to throw it out or lose it, because without this, you either have to buy a new one or hope that your cooler, whatever you're using, has its own mount for it. So that was easy. It came off. The CPU block actually comes with thermal paste. Well, they both do. But the CPU block comes with thermal grizzly. Which is a nice nice paste. I actually bought some thermal grizzly that I'll probably use on the GPU. See if it's the same. Oh, it actually came with its own spreader. Nice. Might use that instead of my credit card. Looks like it's the same stuff as what EK provided. So I'm going to use what EK provided. We're going to put the case on its back. Without pinching any cables. Alright, so let's see how we do here. So I think I might use a combination of their spreader and my card. So you want enough cover surface, but not so much that it's too thick. So the purpose of this is really just to fill any inconsistencies between the CPU and the cooler block. So it doesn't take a lot. There are a lot of different ways to apply it. Some people won't spread it, they'll just make an X pattern and squeeze it between the CPU and the block. I'm using a little bit more on the card than you might, or on the CPU than you might need, because a lot of it's actually just coming off on the card. Almost got what I need. Again, using more than you would want to leave on the card, or on the block, sorry. There's a lot of it's coming off on the card that I'm using to spread it. Not too worried about somebody's probably watching this and going, God, what are you doing? That's what I'm going to do. Hopefully that's enough, not too much. I added a little bit more that I'll just kind of squeeze out. Moving the camera. Anybody screaming in the comments yet? No? Good. So, installing block. Actually, yeah, so I just said, it just says in the direction, it says thermal greasy hydro knot, which is what I had bought to use, so that's great. So I unscrew the base, I remove the protective plate, put the block on the card, or on the CPU, and then attach the block on the back. So, loosening the captive fittings. There's the back plate. Definitely want to remove the cover before using it. Otherwise, you're going to have a bad time. Nice clean block there. Just goes through the mounting holes for the mount. And the mount goes onto the back. Came with Allen keys to attach it. Now it says that these aren't supposed to be more than 0.6 Newton meters of torque. But it also says just to use it like this. See, long ways instead of this way, and just finger tight. It doesn't need to be real tight, or you can actually crack things. It needs to be tight enough to provide pressure, but not tight enough to crack. You can actually warp your motherboard. Actually, Jay's 2 cents had a video on that just a few days ago. If this mount were any longer, the cutout on the back was any shorter, I would have had to take the motherboard off. I wish I had a torque wrench. Or driver, I guess. Because right now I'm just tightening these kind of finger tight. I'm just going around the 4 mounts. Not putting a lot of force on it, just making sure they're all finger tight. Adding a little bit of pressure to each corner. So, like I said, they're finger tight. I think we are probably tight enough. That should be that. I'm going to leave the protective film on there for now. Oh yeah, I hate this part. Did I put enough? Did I not put enough? The only way to find out is to boot it up later and watch my temperature skyrocket and then wonder why. So yeah, I hate this part. That is one nice thing about all-in-ones, even if their paste isn't the best. It's pre-applied at least. So the other thing I could do, I guess, is take the block off and see how it spread, but I don't want to do that. It usually ends up providing more problems than solutions. All right, I need to run the RGB cable. Yeah, so I'm just gonna have to hope here. If the temperature is worse than it was on air or on the original block, let's say, then I'll drain the loop and try again. RGB cable is now the only thing that runs off of this. It's much cleaner now than it was. Because originally we had 3 or 4 cables coming off of it. Now we just have the one that runs nicely through this gap here between the RAM and the heat spreader. So I'm pleased with that. Let's see. So got a front panel header here. This is an RGB that I need to keep installed. I think I'm not going to use this fan header. I think I will use one of these up here. You know what? I think the other one I wanted to use is right there. We may not use the bracket. It's just not a great place. Unfortunate, because most motherboards would have a pair here, and then they would be in the way of nothing. This one doesn't. I don't want to use the 2 CPU pins, one for the pump and one for fan control, because they run at the same PWM control. I don't want the pump to be ramping up and down with the fans. I want that to be separate. You know, I could just use the. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use the high. That's the high power, the high amperage header for the pump. I think that's what I'm going to do. Make sure that's what I think I'm doing. That way, if I need to take the bracket off later, I can, but I don't have to worry about it right now. Yeah, that's the high amp. So that's what I'm going to do. Which means I can rerun this cable back the way I had it. Which means I've got to move the CPU for this radiator again. So bear with me as I cuss a few times. This is a pain in the ass. There is like no room for this to move. If this had been like a millimeter longer, it would not have worked. It makes running things quite difficult behind it. I had it back there, I took it out, and now I'm wishing I had not. Because of the way the CPU, or the way this reservoir is, I don't have complete mobility here. You know what? I'm not going to mess with that. We'll just zip tie it here, have it come down, and then run it over. So that way I don't have to worry about fucking things up again. I did remove this once with everything attached, and it was a pita to get back in its spot. One more time, because I really don't want to all this loose cable. I've got this first. through. Oh, I think it came through. Alright. It did, but in a spot I really didn't want it. Alright. Things we do for pretty cable net. But if you are building, in this case, I would recommend not using the EK radiators for the vertical, unless you do a 280, because, like I said, it barely fits. But now, that pane allows me to run this behind the motherboard instead of in front of the radiator. Meaning that I can pop this out just under where it needs to actually connect and have a much cleaner cable run. There. Wow. So that's running now off the high amp header, which is probably better for the pump anyway. I'll run the Lee and Lee fans off of the CPU header, so I have CPU header signal. That doesn't bother me. I'll definitely be going over the whole case with a microfiber later. This RGB is actually just an extension, and right now it's got one of the Lee and Lee controllers attached to it. This one is just another RGB, and it currently runs the lighting on the front of the case. But I'll be replacing that with the Lee and Lee cable here in a bit. So, alright, what's next on the list? Usually on Team Blob, yeah. Team Blob, Team Spread. I don't know. I see pros and cons either way, honestly. It'd be nice if we, as a society, found a better way to do this. That is nerve-wracking. And I get to do it again here in a minute on the graphics card. So that'll be exciting. So we've got the CPU block in, we've got the top right in, we've got the fan headers taken care of. I'm going to put the bottom rad back in now, I think. Just so I can work on some pump alignment. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So you can see once I put that back in there, there's no way I'm getting to those bottom headers. That's why I have these extensions running in case I ever need additional connectors. I also need to figure out which way this pump sensor needs to go, this temperature sensor needs to go in. But that's wrong instructions. So pin 1 is on the bottom. I think that's the pin with the arrow. And we're just going to use water in. We only have one sensor. All right. I'm going to use the top header. Water in. Oh shit, I need to run these back through. Well, I saw that. That would have been annoying. I'm actually running these under power supply. There's just a little bit of a gap down there. One thing I haven't yet done is order some nicer power supply cables. I think I will be doing that at some point. I just haven't figured out the color scheme I want. So for now, I'm just going to use the cables that came with the case. I'm thinking either black, just have everything kind of blacked out except for the RGB, or kind of a white and silver, because that would go with just about any lighting that I choose, if any. So you can see now, there's no way I'm getting to those headers. They are out of reach. I'm going to go ahead and tie up this temperature sensor header a little bit. Get it out of view. As much as I can. I wanted that on the back. I wanted the temperature sensor back here, but the it didn't seem like it actually fit well enough. So hopefully it does here. If it doesn't, then I can remove it. Getting the header out would be a bit of a bitch. I should be able to do that if necessary. I realize now if I need to remove this bracket, it's going to be quite difficult. I'll actually have to pull the card out a little bit. But if I decide not to use it, it's not hurting anything. I could even just loosen the top one and lay it down, get it out of the way. But we'll cross that bridge. So I really like to use it if I can. And like I say, it's really only getting in the way of a fan header here. I don't need that extra fan header. While I'm here, I'm going to do something I forgot to do earlier. This pump has a bracket, has two Allen head attachments or tightening points here, and I was trying to do this between the graphics card and the pump previously, and it was not going well. Sorry if I'm now in your way. Because there's only enough room. It's actually wrong. There's only enough room to get my finger in there just barely. tighten these brackets. Should have probably done this before putting it in the case. And at least I could do the rotation all the way around. I thought about rotating this a little further, but and I did that last time too. Much easier to get back out with the graphics card not in the way. I don't think this needs to be like super tight. I think it'd be more important for this to be tight if we're using it horizontally. This can be used in any orientation except upside down. The pump is gravity fed. That could have been sideways. And that was something that I was considering if the brackets I used didn't shift this over well enough. I was just going to hang it. Not what I wanted, but something I was going to consider if necessary. If that hadn't have worked, I would have had to have figured out a different way to have a pump and reservoir system set up here. I think that's tight enough. Once more for each. Yeah, at some point I'll replace these cables with something a little nicer. This one too. Maybe the 8-pin, although you can barely see it. Although if it was white, that might be nice. Something I'm kind of thinking about in there. All right. Now the part that I've been putting off, the GPU bracket. I'm not looking forward to this part personally. This is the hardest part. But a necessary one if you want your block water cooled. I'm going to clean my space up a little bit here. So I have room to work. So we'll need quite a bit of space. Turn the camera. All right. Screwdriver. Alcohol swabs. Graphics card. That'd be important. Here's the EVGA card. Instructions to take it apart. Here we go. First, we got to remove the attachments for the stock cooler. These might be captive screws. That one wasn't. They aren't captive, they've got little nuts. Oh. Never seen that before. Oh. They expect you to get that out. That's surprising. Very strange. And of course there is a screw under a sticker, so that they know you mess with things. Back plate comes off. backplate for the roll graphics chip, main chip. And we have fan headers we have to remove. 3 fan headers and RGB header in here. We can't just pry the card apart or anything. Still feels like it's on there tightly. I'll look up EVGA's instructions here real quick. Hopefully there'll be a little more. I got a quick video here on it. Pardon me while I watch somebody teach me how to do this. They got his black plate off just like I did. I don't know that actually needs to come out, but he did. Just in case. Like it's just hard to come apart. This is the most nerve-wracking part. So you've got thermal paste and thermal pads that are holding the PCB to the cooler. Well, I think I'm going to take a few minutes break, grab a sandwich real quick, read on this while I'm eating. I might need to actually get a hairdryer after it to heat up the adhesives. So I'm going to pause here for a bit and be back in maybe 15-20 minutes. Thanks. All right, we are back. I cheated a little bit. I didn't want to be very upset on stream if I damaged my card. So apparently I just needed to put more force on it. That's all it took. There's a lot of force, a lot more than I wanted to put, but came off as you see. The thermal pads. It's a nice, very large heatsink. It does provide a lot of surface area for cooling. I know some people have replaced these thermal pads with nicer ones. Just ripped these, so I'd probably have to if I put the card back on. Obviously these are gone. I'll have to clean that off the card, and then the main GPU die there in the middle. So that's a honker of a GPU block. Had to remove the three fan headers and the RGB header because this did have RGB running down the side of it. So move that out of the way for now. Need to clean this off. Ultimately, I'll attach the back plate back onto the graphics card block itself. That's the stressful part, getting that to separate, because it didn't really want to. Got a lot of thermal paste on this. I have no idea about the quality of the thermal paste that was on here. Like I said, I know some people have removed it, but some higher quality paste on there. Sounds like our pupper has her squeaky toy. No, you're fine. Go ahead, I guess. Trying to clean off as much of the old paste as I can without leaving any residue behind. There's a lot of dried paste here in these pens, but I don't want to scrub at them. So I'm not gonna. They're not on the chip itself, so it's not gonna matter. So now we just clean all the old paste and pad off. Where there were pads, there will be again. So EK has provided pads of the appropriate thickness to make sure the card stays cool. So you don't put thermal paste on these memory chips. These are actually covered with thermal pads. And wife, if you're listening, we probably need more alcohol swabs. I think you were going to put a list together, so. Not trying to get these spotless. Just trying to get most of the residue off. Oh, I didn't mean like I needed you to get me them. I think she thought I meant. We have some. I'm just using a lot of them.
Yeah, no, but I thought I bought another box.
Oh.
But I guess it might have been something I asked for and they didn't have. Okay.
Thank you. Amazing how much lighter this is without that big air block on it. Another nice thing about the EK setup opposed to the stock EVGA setup, the 3080 cards, 3080 Ti, don't really need active backplate cooling, but they do. They have been shown to be improved with at least some passive cooling. The back of the EVGA card doesn't have any thermal pads or anything attached to it. And again, there's no memory chips back there, so it's not although they did something wrong. This pad absolutely disintegrated. Not that they did anything wrong, but it could be better. So EK's backplate actually comes with pads for the back of the card too. They're passive. There's no active cooling or anything, but it's just a little extra. Help keep the card cooler. All right, I think we have the card cleaned. Let's see if I can. I think the backplate actually in most places attached to the PCB, not the backplate itself. So some water blocks reuse the stock cooler, and I think I could EVGA here. I'm not, or with the EK block here. I'm not 100% sure on that. But again, since the EVGA backplate actually has some passive cooling properties, I'm going to use it. I'm mainly reattaching these to the cooler here, so I don't lose them more than anything. I could certainly just put them in a baggie. But this way I remember where each screw goes. And they're all in one place. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get this one. I removed the PCI backplate as well. I don't know if I needed to, but I did so. Probably put it back on once I have the card reassembled. This will, to some degree, protect the thermal pads and keeps all the screws in the right place and what have you. Not really meant to do much more than that. So, not intended to be perfect reinstall or anything, but it's meant to just keep track of the screws and the little nuts that were on these. That was weird. So I don't lose them. Now, we get to play with the big guy. There's the water block for the card. So just as a comparison, it's not as deep, but it is longer. So it's about half the width, maybe a little more, of the air card, but solid copper. But it's about 1.5 inches longer, which was my problem with the reservoir, unfortunately. So now we can. Oh, hey, dude. Yeah, I went with EK for a few reasons. I had originally intended to use their front distribution plate for the 011 dynamic. And they have this nice, their Matrix 7 line, where everything comes in multiples of 7. which makes it very easy to figure out, okay, I need this fitting and this riser and blah blah blah. That's a lot of thermal pads. Good. So anyway, I went with EK to keep everything in the same vein, but I ended up not doing that for a couple of different reasons. But I went ahead and stuck with EK. So I've got EK radiators in there. I've got EK pump reservoir. I've already got the EK CPU block and the EK GPU block. There's some people who argue that there are better blocks out there. Visky makes some good blocks. Heat Killer is good blocks. But really, you're only talking about the difference in a couple of degrees anyway. So I didn't think it was that big a deal. And I'd spent so much time researching this that I wanted to kind of stick with it. EK, I will say, their customer service is amazing. I sent them probably half a dozen different emails asking questions, even before I had bought anything. And within a day, I had answers. You need these exact fittings to do what you're asking to do. I mean, it was very impressive. So, if you're thinking about using EK, I recommend them quite highly. They don't provide physical instructions, and I didn't want to print them out, but I do have a PDF of them here. You missed the fun part. Actually, most of you did, because I took a lot of stress, both emotional and actual physical stress, to get the air-cooled block off of this. I cut that out of the stream because if I did something to ruin my card, I didn't want to have a meltdown recorded. But I actually had to go look at a video just to make sure that I was doing it right, because it seemed like I was having to put too much pressure on the block. I'm just gonna move the card for. I'll just put it right there. I actually need to disassemble this. Which way does this need to go? This way is right. Is it? Yes. So I'm actually gonna put my gloves on to keep this clean. Yeah, it scared the shit out of me. I've done this a few times. This is probably my third that I've installed. The last one, the 1080 Ti I had, I actually just bought pre-installed. I got the Hydra Copper card with the block pre-installed, because I didn't want to mess with it because it's kind of stressful. But no nice peel there. It was just I'm going to kind of keep dust off the block here. Yeah, just slow and steady. That's all I can say. Just slow and steady. I actually started early this morning so that I would have plenty of time to do all of this. Right now I'm just loosening the screws. There's actually some standoffs on the back I need to worry about not losing. So I had started this yeah, that's not a bad idea. You can take a shot at disassembling a card that, if you screw it up, you're not gonna cry. I'm not sure how far these screws have to come out. I don't think they're captive, but they do have standoffs on the back side of them to keep them from shorting the graphics card, because this is a metal backplate. Quite thick metal backplate, actually. And it will have some thermal pads on it. There we go. Keep all of them on there. Yeah, I almost lost this one. So it's got, kind of probably hard to see because it's black on black, but they actually have standoffs on the back, but they're not built into the backplate. But that's a very thick backplate, and you can see there's some places where there will be thermal pads to be placed here in a few minutes. And then it actually has a replica of the PCB and tells you where the thermal pads need to go, which I thought was pretty cool. This card works for the 3080, 3080 Ti, 3090, and I think the 3090 Ti as well. I did not get the active backplate. 3080s don't need active cooling on their backplate, unlike 3090s. So move this out of the way. It does have an RGB component to it, although quite mild. I chose a solid acetyl rather than the acrylic see-through because I read in a few cases where people had problems with their acrylic cracking, and I did not want to enjoy that experience. So I chose to go solid. You don't remember if the 3080 Ti does? What do you mean, need active backplate cooling? If that's the case, no. I have a 3080 Ti, and there are some memory modules on the back, but not like for the 3090. So that's why passive cooling is enough. You might get like half a degree or a degree cooler on your GPU, but you're already going to be going from like 70 or 80 degrees Celsius probably or more on your GPU. And when you water cool it, you can get down into the 50s and 60s. So what's 60 versus 59? It's probably not enough to pay the extra. I think it was 150 bucks for the active backplate. So I chose not to. I mean, if you want absolute max cooling, then yeah, sure, go for it. But it's not necessary. Okay, so now we need to cut thermal pads. Right now they have clear protectant on them. Interestingly, it doesn't say which side's supposed to go up or down. It may not matter. As you can see, we need to cut these so that they cover what needs to be covered. So you can do it with scissors, which is I think what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a little bit of a mark just with an X-Acto knife so I don't waste space here. It's not an exact science. You just want to make sure that you've got everything covered that need to be covered. So I've never actually had this before, but like I say, EK actually provided a 1-to-1 scale replica of the PCB. So you don't have to come over to the board itself and figure out a size. Oh, look at that. Nice. They should have provided enough where I'm not needing to be hyper precise. I think if I put a little too much on this one or that one, it's fine. But I'd rather not get to the end and find out that I was wrong about that. Do you think I need to trim this down though, so that it doesn't overlap too much? That may not be easy to do. I know I do need to cut it for these narrower ones so that the lips on the underside of the block cover what they're supposed to. Good. Just too narrow for that. Oh. It's kind of a weird When You Wish Upon a Dream mix here. Or When You Wish Upon a Star. When You Wish Upon a Wish. Huh. It covers the part that I need it to cover. Not big enough to be of use anywhere. Not quite. This though. What case did you have again? If you're still here. Fractal Torrent, yeah. Nice case. You got those two big, what are they, 200mm fans on the front? They do actually make a 2x200 radiator that you could put there. I don't know how good it is, and it's huge. But it exists, if you want to try it. There was actually a video done by Gamers Nexus where they actually did that. So if you wanted to see what that looks like, the Gamers Nexus on YouTube. They wanted to use the full size of that block. Yeah, they do love cooling. That's kind of their main thing, which is why they love that case. Actually, it's amazing for airflow. I don't think I'm going to be able to use these little scraps for anything, but I'm going to keep them for now just in case. So I've got this taken care of. So now I can actually, I really wish it said, which side went up. I guess it doesn't really matter. I'm going to put the dark side down. I can get to the material without just ripping apart the getting this protective film off is not super easy. At least on this side, it's like coming off already on the other side, but I'd rather take the time when it's not on the block. Yeah, check it out. They have they brought a guy in and they did pretty sure they did a 400mm rad on those two 200 front radiators. There we go. I was worried about which side was dark and which side was light. Once you take the protective film off, it's the same color on both sides. That's why it didn't tell you which side went up or down. It doesn't matter. Now the nice thing is you don't have to cut these thermal pads individually for every single one of the heat sinks. So I'm just going to have to pull it off on both sides. It's not actually sticking to anything. This side's actually sticky. You just want to make sure that you've got the chips all covered. Almost feels like there's still a film there, but I already took one off each side. I'm going to play with one of these scraps for a second. There's the blue. Is there another one there? It's not. It just feels different. Okay. There's nothing to pull apart there. Okay. Whatever. Still doing DSR? Are you clear? Nice. Congratulations. It's a fun fight. A little bit of it I've seen. We made it up to the end of eyes. And we were running with Realm. And that group didn't do what we needed to do, and so we kind of pulled apart there. And then Men and I did Ulti Project a little bit. But beyond that, we didn't really give it much of a shot. but I'm sure we'll get back into it after 6.2 Savage Tier. Yeah, man, those guys are amazing. One, and just just in what they're doing for the community, bringing in so many people and trying to teach them, um, being absolutely flexible to try to make the proggers as comfortable as possible. Um, and just learning from them. So Sauce and Sir BJ had great advice for me as a warrior. There were a couple that provided really good advice to men as a healer. Um, so just overall really cool. Yeah, even one day we went in and we were supposed to actually be helping another progger, but it was the day that the World Transfer Service died, and he was on a different world or a different server, so he couldn't go. So they ended up finding just a random multi-project helper to jump in and said, "Well, let's just prog you and Men." Well, Men and I weren't prepared for that. we hadn't read up on what was next. We were just not ready. So it ended up just being kind of who could kill who in the most interesting manner. Um, Trying to debate each other who chatted hardest in a particular corner to get their flare corner. I think we saw Nidog like twice in the lockout. It was just bullshitting and having fun, and they were fine with that. So I had wished I had known that they were trying to do clears for one afterwards. I probably would have just said, "No, go ahead and help the people who can actually be helped." Um, but it was a lot of fun. I think we broke Sauce at one point. He was cackling. It's great. Oh my god. Yeah, he has so much energy. I don't understand. And he's the nicest guy. That whole group was just really cool. Enjoyed my time with them and felt like I learned. So it was good. And I wish we'd progged a little further, either with them or just going in the party finder. But with a lot of real life workload and stuff that's kept me pretty busy. I just didn't have the mental capacity to also try DSR. So we'll pick it back up, and I'm sure we'll clear it eventually. It was a lot of fun though. So it was my first ultimate, mine and Men's first ultimates. Um, but first of all, kudos to Realm to begin with for teaching us as much as he did. Um, but just I found it amazing that we would be in when we were doing our prog. Um, we'd go back into Savage because my group still hadn't gotten investment slot Savage yet. We were a little slow. Um, Savage now felt slow. I thought that was funny. Something that had, up to that point been kind of stressful for me, Savage. Wasn't now necessarily easy, but it was, felt like I had a different pace to it. I thought that was interesting. All right, that's all the thermal pads for this side. So now it's thermal paste. And I'm using Thermal Grizzly Cryonaut. It's a really well regarded, high performing thermal paste. That I've had highly recommended to me. So you see, we've got all our thermal pads on. They're not perfect, but they cover what they need to cover. Now comes the Noctua's got good paste too. A lot of there's a lot of good pastes out there. Even EK actually provides their own ectotherm paste for this, but I bought. It's interesting. They provide Thermal Grizzly for their CPU block, but a different one for their GPU block. I don't know why, but I'm using Thermal Grizzly. And here's the part that you'll get the most disagreement about how to do. I like to put the paste down and then spread it. Some people just use the blob method. Actually, I'm going to use their spreader to start out with because this is much smaller. Yeah, in the end, as long as you get nice and thin coverage, who cares if you do an X, if you do P method, PEA, not PEE, or the spread like this. The key is making sure that it's not too thick, covers well. That's all that really matters. It's funny, some of the YouTubers like to watch, we'll be doing this, and they'll be like, now nobody say in the comments, oh, you did it this way, you should have done it that way. I don't care. Right now, I'm just making sure it's nice and evenly spread, kind of scraping some of it off that I put a little too much on there. Anything else is just kind of squeeze out a little bit, and that's okay. This stuff spreads nicely. All right, so the next fun part is actually attaching this sucker. So they have you put the block down on top, I think, so that the thermal pads stay where they're supposed to, because there's a little bit of stickiness to them, but not a whole lot. So we just carefully line up standoffs. And then we gotta flip the card over carefully. There are traces on the back. And now we actually attach screws. Is this one the one that has the right order, the particular order? No, it doesn't. Back plate? backplate. Backplate actually has a particular order. So we'll grab the screws. My friend Carosa's still watching. Don't, because here comes a bunch of loose screws. Throw your anxiety out here. We have these longer screws go. Those just extras. Let's see. 3 by 10, 3 by 5 by 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 9. Because you only need 8, but they provide an extra. And then the washers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and an extra. They also provide extra standoffs, which is nice, and extra standoff if you need it. Just making sure I didn't miss anything here. Oh, the 2.5 by 8s are just extras in case you lose one from the back plate, I guess. Got my thermal pads on there. Thermal paste on there. Got the water block in position. Yep, so we just tighten the screws then. Every one of these needs a washer. So it's a plastic washer to keep from shorting out anything. So I'm not even tightening these right now. I'm just getting them into position to make sure that the block is in the right spot. It's not quite lined up yet, so let's put it in a different spot. Get everything lined up. So I'm just putting all of them in right now for positioning purposes, not to actually have them tightened down. All right, take it easy, man. Thanks for hanging out. Thinking about it, I'm going to put this guy back in. Didn't actually need to pull him out, but I wasn't sure. All right, now I'm just going to kind of go around the board and slowly tighten. kind of doing a hex pattern around the GPU, cross pattern. These don't need to be super tight. Yep. That's the water block on PCB. Now we need to add thermal pads to the GPU block. And we need the thicker ones. So this for the 3080 or the 3090, you'd actually use thinner ones. But here we don't need the thick ones. So this is an improvement over the EVGA backplate. We actually have the passive cooling here. So we almost need the whole one of this. So I see we've got a few people more than we had earlier. If anybody has questions, feel free to hop in. Even if it's something I've said before, I'm happy to say it again. What my specs are, what I'm doing. If you've got questions, please let me know. I'm not just sitting here running my mouth anymore because I've said a lot of things already and I don't want to just repeat myself over and over again to the people who've heard it. But if you hadn't, I'm happy to go back over something. Right now we're putting the water block on the GPU graphics card. BK is, like I said, nice enough to provide this guide to help in the cutting. Normally what you do is you just kind of hold the thermal pad up against the block and see how long you need to be and cut it and go back and check it again and recut it. And this way we get a nice clean clean setup. They show it to be a little larger than you need, at least for the other side of the card. I don't know about this side yet, so it's big enough. It might actually be. That does cover what I need to cover. Where'd that go? Yeah, I'm probably just going to cut a new one. But we'll do this one first. I'm just using an X-Acto knife and blade to cut things down to size. You can do this with scissors almost as easily, if not as easily. I just happen to have access to the X-Acto blade that's quite sharp, so suits the purpose pretty well. Alright, there's the layout for the back of the card. I don't know why I used a darker backing on one side than the other. It didn't say anything in the instructions about one side being down instead of the other. one side is a little stickier than the other, so maybe that's what they want you to put down, and that's what I've been doing just to make things fit a little better. This is going to flip over. Which means that this side's shorter. I'll actually apply these directly to the PCB. I guess it doesn't matter. This is going to flip out. So this one needs to be the longer side. Line up right. Unclear. All right. So back plate, and this one has a particular order in tightening. I'm just going to start somewhat loosely. Keep tightening. There we go, just wasn't threaded. Alright. Well, barring any oopsies, that goes, that's how it goes for the attachment of the CPU block. And passive backplate. I'm not really cranking down on these, I'm just doing them finger tight. That does it. So this is the underside, you won't really see this, but still like to keep it clean. I put my gloves back on, and then I need to put the PCB bracket back on. Didn't really need to take it off, but I did. I wasn't sure if it was what was binding or not when I had trouble taking the air-cooled card off. So we went from this to that. Again, there's nothing really wrong with this. It's kind of loud, as many air coolers are on higher end cards. But it did the job pretty well. I may not actually be able to put the PCB back on. I definitely need it. Might have to loosen the back plate. All right. One screw on that steel back from the air cooler. First, let's tighten this back down. All right. Let's see, which one was that? Need more dexterity for this one. Good. All right, in the case with it. So I do need to figure out which is the in and which is the out. It doesn't technically matter according to EK for this particular block. They designed it so you could use the in and the out interchangeably. However, I would rather use what's supposed to be the in as the in. It just doesn't actually say. Actually, that's the. I'm going to go ahead and pull the protective film off the back. And I'm going to turn the camera so you can see what I'm doing. Need to remove the standoffs. Got sand off the thumb screws. Just really bolt under the case. Squish it. I need to remember to reinstall this later. Keeps falling off. All right. So this hefty boy. Ren. I need that sand off because it's definitely not going to work. So if you joined us recently, I have a bracket back there that was supposed to help support the weight of this thing. But because of the way this motherboard is, I couldn't put the block or the bracket where it wanted me to. I don't think it's going to help you, but stiff as this is, and with the solid back plate on PCB slots, I think it'll be okay. Worst comes to worst, I'll get my brother to 3D print me something. And then I need to get nicer cables on this do list. All right. Deal. So now, all I need to do is run the fittings in there, and get the cables, or not the cables, the tubes cut and run, which is no small task. Know what I'm doing. All right. Let me see if I can quickly check. There's an in and out for the block. and look on their webpage at their clear block. Looks like the inlet to run to the GPU first, the GPU chip first, is on the left side. Oh, that's not the right card. Or not the right block, it was the right card, not the right block. Oof. Yep, so it doesn't seem to matter, really, which one we use here. So for the sake of clean runs, got this one. I wish it was black. At some point I might take it back. Not take it back. I might replace it with a black. Yeah. But I've got silver here, I've got silver here, and these are silver over here. So I don't care that much. Oh, we'll do that. I call it a day. Now I'm continuing with the EK trend. Alright, didn't open this. I'm using their fittings as well. Originally chosen because they are all in the Matrix 7 lineup, because I was going to use their distribution block. I'm not doing that anymore, so it doesn't matter as much, but they're still nice fittings. I am going to need Place one of my extensions and a 90. So just using EK's torque fittings. They're nice quality. I'm using black. Size appropriately for the tubing I'm using. I had used the distribution block. One of the things I liked about doing everything with the Matrix 7 setup is that these two ports lined up exactly with the distribution ports for the CPU block. So it would have been nice, clean, straight runs, whether I was using hardline tubing or soft tubing. It would have been nice, straight runs. But in the end, I decided not to use a distribution block. It's already discussed. And I'll put this instead. Might end up needing a 45 or a 90 there or something. So I want to put a 14mm extension and 90-degree fitting. And these don't need to be like hard to torque down, they just need to press the O-ring. So I put that 14mm extension on to try to line up these a little bit better. So not going to be perfectly straight and perpendicular or parallel to the case. There's going to be a bit of an angle. But at least now this line should be relatively flat. One from one. Assuming torque fitting fits, should. And it's just going to be tight enough to press the O-ring. So I have a rotary fitting on here, I can point in any direction I want. Now we should get this nice straight tube run there. These will eventually be nicer cables. They are what they are now. The last two fittings I need to figure out are for the vertical radiator. So I have one 90 degree left, and I have, I think, all my 45s. I haven't used a 40. I may have to in a few places. So I might have to make sure you can see what I'm doing here. Yeah, okay, good. So I might have to put a 45 here. Make this easier. But right now I need to worry about this vertical space. Should have done this first, I think. So my order is going to be pump to radiator, radiator to GPU, GPU to pump, pump to CPU, CPU to radiator, radiator back into the pump. And I need to put something under this to just lift it a little bit at some point. But be okay for now. Question is, what do I need where? I think I want to put, I think this one I'm going to go into the back, give this one a little bit more room to curve down, and figure out which one's input and output. And the other one will go up here. I think will help with 45. So I'll put might want one of the 14mm extensions on there too. So I will do the front, this radiator to the pump and the pump to the bottom radiator first, in case I need to take out the vertical, but the top radiator from it. I still can. Just in case I don't have enough finger room to do what I need to do back there. Because getting these tubes on themselves is not going to be easy. Make sure that the tube collars are tight. Not even need a 90 here. We'll see. Let's see, 190 and 345. I do have some other fittings on my previous space that I could use if necessary. Hoping I don't have to. I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm going to do a 45 14mm extension to get the fitting over the fans. Another 45. And then the setting itself, the tubing setting, pressure setting. Pro tip, don't do that. It doesn't look like I scratched the finish on anything, although you're not really going to be able to see this one anyway. At least not from where I sit. If you look at the front of the case, you'll be able to. There we go. Alright, so theoretically we have, I think we're going to need a 45 on top. See if we have enough room for that. We might not. Just to make the routing a little easier. Not a whole lot of space up here. It's going to be a really short tube. Can't actually tighten it. Fan in the way. Alright, top reader's got to come out for a bit. So I'll do everything and then put the top radiator back in. Over here. All right, the bottom of the CPU is the inlet. Bottom is in, bottom is in. So this will go up here, this one will come down here, this one will go here. We still have 145 and 190 if we need it, which we may. There we have a short tube run. It'd actually be ideal if this was a tad bit taller, but it's not going to happen. This one will come down here. I don't know, that might actually be better without the 45 on it. I think that might be better without. They can just come down. We might end up putting a 45 here, make this run a little easier. That can be adapted as needed. All right, let's do some tubing. So, as I've previously mentioned, I'm using a rubber tubing, EKZMT tubing. There's a lot of different brands out there, but it is just black rubber tubing. I did get a shear to help cut the tubing because I read that it was somewhat difficult to cut with scissors or something, so I have a pair of shears for this purpose. And so I'll use a combination of the shears and tape measure and whatnot to get these in the lengths that I need. Again, I'm starting over here. I'll do this run here, because those are the ones I'm most worried about. Might go ahead and do this one, the out, which is the top. Then I'll do this one. I'll put the top back in. From here up, from here in, bottom. And hopefully that'll work. This tubing fits fairly well. Not perfect, but fairly good tube. And this cuts very nicely, so I'm glad I got this. But it had a bit of a ragged edge, so I can cut it off. There's some shears. So my first run, just here to here. I usually try to cut it a little longer than I need, and then I can always cut it down. Nice thing about this, instead of hard tubing, is it doesn't have to be perfectly precise. This is right. Longer than necessary. Not actually fit there though. This is longer than I need by about an inch. Quarter of an inch maybe. Let's see if this will work on the bottom. The edge here. It's a tad bit too short. Now that I've cut it, I want this to be a little higher up. I just realized I could do this a little differently and make my life a little easier. That's kind of key. Let's see if this will work. The radiators don't care which direction they run. That'll work. I want it just a little bit longer though. But I think this was better. I'm going to cut another piece just a tad bit longer. Oh, shit. Doesn't work so well with the compression fitting. I'll do. At one point I thought maybe a 90 would work here, but I don't think it would actually. There we go. What do you think, guys? That'll work. Got some gloves I'm going to use to try to torque these down. Compression fittings can be apparently painful. Gonna tighten down. Here it is all the way down. Oh. I think we're tightening. All right. Oh, this is still on carrot muffin. Whew, this is going to be some hard work. This is one thing about the hard line that might have been better. This would have been much more straightforward as far as getting the fittings attached. That one's going anywhere though. All right. Whew. I went on a little easier. Nice. All right. Those are the ones I was most concerned with. Glad I thought to switch these. That angle probably would have been too sharp to keep a keep it from kinking. This needs to be, call it 10.5 to start off with. Just using my wife's tape measure for her, what she uses a lot for her sewing. All right, might be a little long. Let's attach here and see. If you have any questions, I do have my phone down here and you can see my chat, even though my computer's up there. I do have my chat window open on my phone. Let's see. Just a little too long. And if we did some sort of move out too long, I don't know. I want to do it like that. Let's see what that looks like. Just in case I like it, let's put this on. So technically, I'm doing this backwards. The left side should be the intake, and the right side should be the out. But according to DK, it's a minor difference. So I don't know, I kind of like that. Might be touching the glass though. I think I do need to cut it short. Shorter, not short. I'm just gonna take just a little bit off. Like a haircut. Can always take more off. I kind of like it with that curve. Like that. Don't see any disagreement in chat, so. I'm going to leave it like that. Now the fun continues. Make sure that's nice and well seated. My hands are going to be sore tomorrow. Or the back of my head. Really want to make sure that this is pressed completely. Scoops all nice and set all the way around. Sorry, I know I'm in your way now. Not even scoot on it. I think. Like I said, I read that this was difficult against the gloves to begin with. Oh, that's not ink. Ah. Man, I'm having to redo this top tube. See how it sits at the end. Ah, dang. Rest my hands for a second and think about this run. I could 90 it out of the top. Come over. 445 it out of the top and come over. Oh. I read this was hard, but damn. Good news is with that air pump that I got, pressure tester. Once I test it for 5 to 10 minutes and it's airtight, I'm done. I don't have to do a 24-hour leak test. So I'm gonna keep my eyes on it like a freaking hawk. But that saves me some time, which is good because, as usual, it's taking longer than I want it to. All right, I think we finally got it seated at least. All right. So let's do this one. I think coming straight out is going to be problematic. I don't have as much depth as I would want. So I think I might. So I have the two coming down here, and this one's going to come straight down. Might 45 into this one, 90 back to that one. That's what I'm going to do. Not as clean a look as I would like, but what was it actually functions? All I care about in the long run. I mean, obviously I care about looks to some degree, otherwise I wouldn't have done with some of the choices that I did. What with the RGB and worrying about the cable management and stuff. This one, again, these cables will be replaced with something nicer looking. Probably cable mods. Probably cable mods cables. All right, what do you guys think about that? Now this will come straight across and into that. Not quite as sharp an angle. Hopefully that doesn't get interfered with by the top radiator. We'll see. If it does, I have a busy day. Let's see. If this were perfectly straight, it would be a little over 10. Let's do 10.5 again. Bought a lot more tubing than needed on purpose. In case things got cut short or long or didn't like a particular cut, I could clean it up with that. That's not much better. That works pretty nicely. A little long, obviously. I'll do. I think this is too short still, or too long still, but might actually work. I think I want that a little shorter. I like that to be almost a straight shot. Hopefully it'll clear the vertical, the top radiator easy. I'll do it. I like that. All right, am I heading your way again? A couple things I still need to remember to do. I still need to run the headers here. The pump is already, the PWM for the pump is already run. Before we put that top radiator back in, let's run the PWM for the fan header. Which is, oh, there's a mess back here. I'm glad you guys can't see back here. It's gross. A lot of work back here. A lot of positioning is something to figure out. So this is the PWM signal from the fans that are on all the radiators. Yeah, all 9 fans are being run off the Lee fan controller. That's just the PWM signal, just so that the motherboard doesn't freak out thinking that there's nothing plugged in. It doesn't actually control anything. Oh, I also need, I can do this later, but I need to change this one out with the Lee controller. All right, progress. I want to get that top rad back in and find out that something is wrong, so now we'll be upset. Seems to be okay. Put my screwdriver. There it is. I'm going to attach that. I'll check the tension on the hoses. Good news is since this is a 360 rad, it sits a little forward in the case, just the way the rad bracket works. Glad that didn't fall into the radiator. Let's see. So we are not impacting the front tube at all. Top tube is being pressed back a little bit, but it's good that I think it's good that I have this 90 here. Let it go behind. I don't think it's going to matter. I mean, it's not like I'm pressing it or anything. I don't see a flashlight. I don't see a kink. Yeah, so it's definitely touching, but I don't see any kink. Probably would have been better if I'd had a longer extension and done a 90 into a 90. But I don't have another 90 easily accessible. And I don't think it's going to matter, to be honest. So I think that's okay. I think what we want to do here is use our last 45. Like I said, I've got a couple more 45s and 90s, but they're not of the same brand. I'd like things consistent. This will work. What we'll do is we'll run this ideally we'll run this to the front port of the top rad. That's going to be hard to get my fingers on there. This will go here, top rad will come here, and that will complete. So I think I'm going to do the back to here first, because it's going to be harder to get back here once there's a tube. So if that were straight, won't be 10 inches. So why don't we do 11 and see what happens. I'm going to the back here mainly to give more of a chance for this to curve. For this one, if it was from here, and I had another 90, that might work. I don't know. So, I'm glad I didn't try the 45 here because I would have been better. Just the way it's going to have to be. Not a lot of pressure on, so that's fine. I said 11, right? I think that's probably too long, but we'll start with that. I did flush this tubing with tap and distilled water for today, and as well as the radiators. I did that as well. So hopefully that will be sufficient. sufficient rinse. Any leftover manufacturing debris. I didn't see anything come out. I think that's a little too long. I'm going to go ahead and tighten. This is going to be a challenge. This one would almost be better if I did it outside of the case, but I don't want to try that. Alright, well, at least we've got it seated. I'm just going to get it tight. Yeah, this would almost be easier without the fans on. If I weren't outside of the case, I could just take the fans off. And if it were just the downside of these all being connected is I have to remove all the screws, and I don't want to do that. If I had a standard fan, I could just remove one fan. But I think I'm gonna have to take this out of the case. I can't get enough of a grip that far back. Make sure that this is tight. All right. Yeah, there was no way I was gonna get that tight outside of the case. I think I can get front one. Let me put this back in for a second. Yeah, I've got more room for the front one, so I should be able to. Good news is, whenever it comes time to need to upgrade this, most of this can actually stay in place. All right, so we want it to look like that. Let's take a little bit off first. Off, just in case. Let's go ahead and put that. That's a little more S-shaped than I want. Do I have a choice, I guess is the question. Probably not. If I try to take much more off of there, it might not actually be long enough. That just may be what it is. You'd think this one at the very front would be easy to see it. Ligaments in my hand are popping. I don't like how long that is. I'll try to shorten it. The whole fitting's coming. So I'm kind of glad I did this. Okay, I'm just going to take a little bit off. This works. If not, I'll just cut into it. There, I'm happy with that. I'm happier with that. Let's make sure that fitting is tight. Oh. Yeah, I'm happier with that. All right, one more run. The question is how to run it. I've moved this several times. Can you guys actually see what I'm doing? Barely. Not the best of angles. Let's see. That's something like 9 inches. That's not too long, but that gives us a starting point. We're going to become behind. Like that. I'm glad I didn't try to put it in the back, because if the back side of the radiator, it would not have fit. Here, I think we can do something like that. See if that works. Get a little shorter. We can avoid some pressure there. Not much, just a little. I think that'll work. Put that up top. One up top. Alright, 2 more to tighten. On fingers, you can do this. Sorry, you're not gonna be able to see what I'm doing. Enjoy the back of my head. Let's see if it gets. I turn it the wrong way. Oh, my hands are almost too tired for this. Probably should have done this outside the case. Seat. Whew. let this loose first. That helps with the tension. No, it's just going to have to come out. I'm just going to have to be careful about it. Because I don't want to mess with this attachment. I just can't get my fingers in there. I hope that I don't have to leak. Identify leaking points with this. Maybe even get the seat. Seated. I don't think that's going anywhere now. Let's see if I can get back in there. Broke my sweat. Whew. One more. This is the last one. I have a little bit more space to work with. Ugh, fingers. There's my fingers for a second. I'm not doing that with gloves. But there's just one more from you. Not without gloves. More of these tight as it's gonna get. No, that's not tight. Things loose. I think I cross-threaded the fitting. Compression fitting, not the barb. Ugh. One more fitting and we can leak test. We'll very much cross our fingers. This is, I think, the hardest tubing I've ever worked with. Will thread, right? tight enough? I feel like it. One slipped. All right. I think that gets us completed loop. Oh. Now we need to leak test it and pray. Pump it up to about 4 bar, 0.4 bar. That's it. And we wait. It didn't immediately start dropping. That's good. We need to wait 5 to 10 minutes. If it's airtight, it's watertight. So, a few leftovers from the ends that I cut. And a lot of extra too. I definitely bought more tube than I needed. But in my opinion, better too much than not enough. And that's not just my opinion. 5. We still have a 90 left. No, another 45. We have 45 left. We used all of our 90s. 1, 2, 3, 4. 145, another 45, another 45. So I probably should have gotten a couple more 90s. It might have made some of these a little easier. Like if I had had a 90 here, I could have gone straight up to the back, and this would have gone straight up to the front, and I wouldn't have had to cross. That's okay. So I'm keeping the bags for now. I mean, not in the long run, but at least for now. I think I also ended up with one. Nope, I used all my 14 millimeter extensions. The only two things I didn't use that I bought fittings wise was one 45 degree and my drain port, because I couldn't figure out how to do my drain port. Which is not ideal. It'd be nice to have a drain port, but I've actually never had a build with a drain port, so I guess in the long run that's not a terrible thing. Oh man. Just kind of cleaning up some of my mess here while we wait. Mostly to keep my mind off of whether or not this is going to leak or not. What I'm going to use is EK cryo fuel for coolant, mixed with. So I got the concentrate. I didn't want to pay for shipping water. That's the majority of what's in a lot of these is just water. Throwing away the mostly unusable components of the leftover thermal pads. I'm going to keep all the boxes for a while. So we're nearing the 5-minute mark. So we passed 5 minutes. I'm going to go look at the still at just over 0.4 bar. So I think this is a good sign. I'll let it sit another 5 minutes. It did say 5 to 15 minutes. So I'm going to give it to the halfway part. Cautiously optimistic. I'm not going to fill the reservoir here on stream because it's already going to be heavy enough and I've got to carry it into the office. So what I'll do is I'll take it into the office and fill it in there. As much as I would like to show you what it looks like filled on camera, I just don't see how I can do that and without making a mess and then carry it into the office. So I'm afraid I won't be doing that. But hopefully it'll stay airtight here for another couple minutes. I did get my temperature sensor, so I'm happy about that. I didn't get my drain valve, so that's a disappointment. Especially since they're not cheap, but just didn't fit. So nothing I can do about that. Oh, forgot this in there. It's been quite a long stream. I'm coming up here on 6 hours since I started. I'm glad I started early because I still need to leak test, or not leak test, but fill it. I've got some cables I still need to run. And then get the fan curves set up and such. I still have a little bit of work left to do. But most of it is complete. I'll probably run the cables that I still have to run and do a little tidying in case anybody hops in and wants to say hi. But for the most part, this will be done. We're a little over almost 9 minutes now. I'm going to give it another minute. At some point, I'll probably throw all these boxes in our attic in Texas. They may not survive. But I'm running out of closet space in my closet. I might need to downsize some space there. I don't want to throw away the boxes, because if I decide to sell any of this stuff in the future, it's easier to ship, for one thing, and people tend to like having the original boxes of things. So if I can keep the original box, it would be ideal. Need to water cool myself. I've been drinking too much coffee. All right, drum roll. We are still just above 0.4 bar, so I think we have a successful loop test here. Hallelujah. Oh, that feels good. Oh, I need to get that out and reach back. I don't think these are the right size. Let's test one. Oh, doesn't need to be real tight anyway. Actually, I'll just leave that out because I need it for filling in a minute. Anyway. Oh. So this is just EK leak tester that I just used, and its instructions say it's not leaking after. Where'd it go? In 5 to 15 minutes, the loop is watertight. So we gave it 10. It hadn't even dropped a little bit, and it says that it actually could by about 0.02 bar. It didn't drop at all. So I think we are safe to add liquid to it. So I'm very happy that I bought this this leak tester. I think I might have another couple uses for it. It's upside down. Sorry. Might have a couple more uses for it other than just this. But obviously, this was the main purpose for it. So a little bit less risky testing it with air than testing it with water first, obviously. So having this on hand was quite nice. Oh, I see what the problem is. So if you do a loop in the future yourself, I'd highly recommend this loop tester. It's obviously an additional cost, and you may have no other use for it other than this, but some nice peace of mind there for me, knowing that I'm now leak-free. So there's a couple things I still need to do. I have to attach one more Lee control box and some various fittings. Still need to add the USB-C hub and a few other things. The back of the case. So while I'm not proud of what the back of the case looks like right now, I will turn it around so you can see it. What I'm doing. And we'll chat a little longer before I go fill this up. Before I do, I need to run a couple cables. It's either the RGB and fan control for the top radiator. So one thing that I haven't yet decided, need to, but I haven't yet, is what I'm going to do on the back of the case. Here, I thought to put a sensor panel here. I don't know if I'd actually be able to see it very well. I may end up putting one more fan back there. Lee sells their fan, their unifans in singles or triplets. I bought 3 triplets because I had 3 triple radiators. Oh, we're going to do this a little odd. No, that's okay. So I may end up needing to order one more fan. Nice thing is that the Unifan controller can control up to 16 fans in groups of 4. That's more than I need. All right, I said I was going to turn this around for you. Be ready to be disappointed in some cable management because I haven't done the cable management yet. So a couple things. I removed the hard drive bay for now. I don't have any 2.5-inch hard drives I have to worry about. So I pulled them out so I could have some extra space back here for now. I may put it back in, but I also needed to remove it so I could actually attach the rear mount for the CPU lock. You can see there's absolutely no extra room for this radiator. I think you can see. Make sure. Yeah. There's absolutely no room left here. I actually had to leave these screws loose so I could lift it, insert it, lower it, push it forward, and then it shifted up as I pushed it forward. So there is no extra room there. So I've got a few cables that I need to manage here. Got these two coming from my bottom fans, which I'll probably do something like that. They're all going to go to this hub here. Got the USB-C or the USB controller. I'll end up going to the hub. I organize my cables a little here. This one here is already it's my RGB cable. It's already going. Already plugged into the RGB header on the front of the case. I left that one in there because it'll be hard to get to otherwise. I'm going to unplug it for the moment, just so that I can better organize some of these cables. I just kind of threw them in there to begin with. Need to reorganize my SATA setup. Almost everything in here now runs off of SATA, which is nice and Molex. This is the fan control. Going to the header of the case. This is the RGB for the block. These are the side radiator fans. Still plugged in are the bottom radiator fans. You can see I got a bit of management I need to do here. All this needs to be a little cleaner for it to be functional. So I've got the bottom fans coming through here. Probably zip tie them there on that corner. There is a cable retention bracket that goes across there. That's too. I think it's too. Might be deep enough. I'm not gonna be able to tell with all these cables here. No, I don't think so. I don't think this is deep enough for that. It would be very tight, so I don't think I want to try that. So it'll probably end up sitting in here. Whether I put it inside the hard drive bay or something, I barely have enough extension for those cables. Right now, I'm just going to kind of attach some of the cables that I need to attach and see where we sit with spacing. I do have some extensions I might be able to leverage. See, the problem here is a little bit getting these up high enough, so these may end up needing an extension. Right now, we'll just plug them in and get them out of the way. There are my fans. Obviously, still need power, RGB, and USB control. The other that I'll use, and it's actually simply being used to control the RGB at the front of the case and the three and so here we have our ARGB to the proprietary connector that really nicely uses. It is a splitter. I'm not going to use it as a splitter because I actually don't want necessarily everything to have the exact same signal. I will use them separately. It gives me the option in the long run if I need to split them for some reason. If I add another component that has RGB, which that would be at this point. If I did, I'd have the functionality I need there. I'll also probably use some of the other things out of this box, and the fan extensions may help. But right now I'm just trying to see where things sit as far as positioning. So I can get an idea of how to manage this monstrosity. Still not 100% sure if I want to use Lee & Lee's software to control everything. Can use Lee & Lee software directly to control the RGB here. Or whether I'll use Signal RGB or Open RGB. I'm not sure because I don't know how well this will work with the RGB on the motherboard and it's not sure how well it would all work together. So we'll see how things end up. It's gonna be a lot of cable net. So I've got 4 RGB that are going to be controlled by this. Ultimately, I do need to run it to the front of the case. But I've got the RGB for the CPU, the RGB GPU, RGB for the pump, and the RGB for the front of the case, which is currently running to the motherboard. I think what I'm actually going to do is run the RGB header. Front. And disappear for a second. You need to be quite careful because these are the 3-pin RGB, not the 4-pin. They are blocked, so you can't put them in the wrong spot, but I have a very, very bad day. You've accidentally put the wrong RGB in the wrong place. So, I'm going to unplug that for a second just so that I don't have to worry about pulling it too tight. And this nice spaghetti monster of cables, so I think I'm going to run the bottom one longest pump RGB. And the front. On the CPU. This one. And the GPU. With that extra cable length, I can put this just about anywhere, which is nice. Got a little bit more flexibility with this one. I could even get a little bit more flexibility with this one if I needed to, but this one I think like up here or something. As you can see, we've got a lot of cables that we have to worry about there. So I'll have to run power, USB, plug the this header back in. So that's all the RGB that are not on the fans. My fans. That's everything else. I don't know that I want to put the drive cage back in because it takes up a lot of space. I might provide a bay to attach things to. I'll try and see what I got here. They're not toolless drives. Well, I guess the drive bays are somewhat. They're not hot swappable. Phase. Again. Go. So eventually I'll probably replace that cable. What I could do is use these bays as a place to put these things. One in each, just to try to control the chaos a little bit. Bays don't come out very easily. I can put like the RGB one in the back. The fan on the front. And then just do some serious cable management on them. To shorten what I can. So it does come with a backup magnetic, I think. Yeah. I think I put the wrong side down. Might have tried that well. I could put that on there like that. Did the wrong one again. That's the side that's magnetic, the other side's not. I'd rather not permanently attach these. It's not strong enough once we have all the cable laid on. Yes. It's okay. I think it's strong enough once the cables are supported. So, let's see what we can do here for cable management. That one can't be a whole lot shorter than that one. End tie goes up though. Hey, Cleary. Some time seeing my messy cables. I'm trying to fix. So that'll go to the RGB hub, or to the USB hub. That's power. This we don't actually need. Nope. PWM signal to RGB cable. That's a little better. We'll still need that one full length. Probably need that one full length. That one can be out of the way. That one can be out of the way. That one doesn't have much extra space. This one we might be able to cable manage a little. Ah. So I know this. Oh, messy, messy, messy. All behind everything there. Back in. See if this will work. Need this to be out. That to be out. Everything else. That's still to be connected. This I might try fan extensions. So let's see. Not a huge fan extension, but a little extra space. A little bit further, which is nice. And with that, gives me a little extra space. Move. Same thing to extend the IGB headers. Dude, I have four connections. I don't need cable management. I do need the extra length. Honestly. I'll pay the price of a little extra management for the length because now that fits. Same thing. This one. Let's put this sled back in. Probably not. So the RGB head is ensconced in the rear sled. A lot of cable management left to do. More room at least. Undo the cable. Power. I run the wrong RGB. No, this one was connected down there. Scared me for a second. But I forked up. Alright, so let's see what we can do cable management wise here. Oh, gross. Well, first of all, let's wait to plug that in because that's in the way now. That's going in there. Not a whole lot I can do with that. It's just going to kind of be there. But one of these. That. Let's do 4. Let's see. Get out of the way for a second. Just gonna run the edge there and I'll check about that. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to shove this in and be done with it. Let's see. Power. So I have 1, 2, there it is. 3 SATA that I still need. Pass through. Another one for USB header though, I think. I'll need that cable. So this header is SATA powered. And we're going to use them. Right, it's magnetic. That's cool. So this is what I'll use to control for the 2 fan controllers. This guy is just extra for down the road. I do need more SATA controller cable. I'll probably just use them to split signals. Split them on different rails. So let me go grab that real quick. We're wrapping it up here pretty soon, I think. I'll be right back. All right. So I want to do the two folders. See that? Should have routed that better. See if I can. Let him sit there. So I have a RGB for the bottom and USB-C. USB-C, as well as this USB. This one will be extra. Use the NZXTs right here. To this one. Down the plug. Cables in. Like to do on the cage, that fit. That will fit. So cable management. This is not going to be my greatest table management. Sometimes I may come back here and redo it. But right now I'm kind of running out of time. I want to get this functional. So we still have a pump SATA. So RGB. Off to the side. Two guys. This guy. Oh, what a mess. Don't judge me too harshly. Work with the base panel. Oof, not my prettiest work. All right, well, hopefully this is functional. If I missed something in there, you'll help me. But for now, I can't see it. So, not proud of that, but it'll work. All right. Whew. So what I'm gonna do now, put the side panels back on and everything, take it into the other room, mix up the fluid. I'll actually do this in the kitchen. Now I need to do it in the office so I can plug it in and see if I can fill the loop. So, really appreciate those of you who've come, gone, and come back and gone again throughout the course of this multi-day shit show that has been me water cooling my computer. I really hope that everything turns on again when I put this in the other room. But I'd like to get this water going and use it. It's been a ride. This has been probably one of my more complicated builds. Quite a bit of it did not go as I intended. However, in theory at least, now have a water-cooled computer. So, with that, I thank you for hanging out with me. And hopefully that's the end of this water cooling stream. If I have to have another one, it's because something's hooked up. I really don't want that. So, with that, I am going to bid you a good day and try to get some water in this thing. So thanks, and we'll catch you next time.